Hello, hello, Imaginary Villain here, and I'm once again ready to sit down and do some game dev. Tonight's plan is to put a tarot mini game in my card house, my pumpkin heart card house. Okay, no, my pumpkin house. Blah, blah, blah. Um, yeah, I just thought about it and I realized that you're collecting these tarot cards and maybe she should do something with them. Maybe. I don't know. I saw people talking about it on the RPGMaker forums, making weird matching games, and you know, eh, I might as well have it too for reasons. Also gives me a reason to make an interior of something, so I'll have to do that. Yeah, other than that, I was just setting up a few things because I made a couple weird changes to my plugins and then didn't really finish, so it just broke some things, so I gotta fix them real fast. Yeah, I'll put some music on for that. And then I have better tarot cards that I rendered a while ago, and I don't even use them, even though I made them, so I should be using them. I don't understand what's wrong with me for not using them. I'm just weird, I guess. So I'm going to switch to those. I probably have to resize them. So I may have to do some bulk resizing or something. Maybe not though. I think I can just use my image plugin to shrink them with the command itself and not actually the other thing. Well, I'm pretty certain I can. I did make it after all. So hopefully I know my own plugin though. To be fair, I often have to look up the code for my own plugins because I forget. So, you know, I don't always know my own plugins that well. Let me do a quick fix to this particular thing here. I'll put it all on the screen in a second. I'm just doing some quick copy paste stuff. Um, it's already running here. Might be smarter to switch back to the backup one I had from yesterday. Instead of finishing this, I was like, well, I've been up for all these hours and I only had like 4 hours sleep. I'll get a couple hour nap and then I'll come here and, you know, make it a little more lively of a stream than 4 hours of sleep going, why? No, like 6 hours of sleep. That's much better. That's like almost normal sleep time. Almost. Let's see, for this, remove that code from there, and then the title screen, I think I also locked out some stuff here. Trying to set up a perfect test for something, and yeah, make certain it all works. If it errors, then I'm just going to immediately oh, it's not even launching it. No. Alright, well, I guess rather than sit there and try to figure out what I did weird, I'm just going to make another backup of the game and immediately just use that. It makes way more sense to me. Bring up some code real fast here. I know I've already backed up the game beforehand, but this time around I did not do that. Well, I did, but then I broke the backup, so I'm going to close that real fast so I can swap them. Oh, okay. Let me, I have a better plan. It's having some fun issues, and I'm like, well, I'll just rename this thing to a new name and just go with it. I don't want to. Sure, that's fine. All right, this one should just work. I definitely should have done this before the stream. I did not, though. That's my explanation for what happened. Looks like it works. There's still a problem with that where it's not This is the right one, right? Wait a second. No, I made this change beforehand. Make certain all the characters are still present and it looks like the last thing I did was still on there, so I guess I just made a word change and then made the copy. Fair enough. Okay, so for purposes of this, I need to have that just defaulted to unlock because I'm going to put it inside of the pumpkin house. And then I'll probably put one of the little gateways in there to show that you're transferring to a different area. So I have to make a map for it too. We're just going to do the whole shebang here. It's just going to be make the map, make the thing in there, and then I've got an idea for making it hopefully cool. Might be lame. I have no idea. What's doing that? That's strange to me. House is there. Good, good. Yeah, there's a weird flicker going on. But I didn't make any changes that should cause that flicker, which is strange to me. The she was already there. Like, this is all the graphics that was there originally, so I must have made some weird change that caused them to be a little slow to load. Let's see. I'll figure it out at some point. So this here is actually just an image that loads. Alright, so where is it positioned at, though, I think is the question I need to answer here. This is... we'll call this pumpkin house. I think I'm just going to put a portal right where it would appear. Like, I don't think I need to actually include anything else. Let's see. Portal to the next area, which should be already set up, so I can just repurpose that as a portal to inside the pumpkin house. We're going to need a new map. The hub I'm not even going to be using. Okay, so this map, I'm going to want it to be vertical. And there's a point in that, there's a reason for this that will make it become apparent. A showmanship reason. Before I do that, how big is the, how wide is the title screen? Let's see, because this is using a 1920 image, so it's 40 is the width, okay. So let's make this 40. Which means I probably want this to be at least 60. I might need it to be more than this. And then I think I already have a system set up to check if it's a specific map. It runs certain stuff. It does else, that's fine. Okay, so this map is number 20, and I guess I'll put the player 2019-52. That sounds about where I want to be. What's portal setup do? Actually, 2019-52. All right, and then portal setup. Let's okay, those require the unlocked. Tunas. Okay. Let's see if that's approximately the right location. I don't know if it is or not. Let's figure out what's causing the weird lag too along the way. Let's migrate this over onto the screen. It's weird. I probably shut the portal off and just forgot to actually enable it, right? Yep. Must have made some really weird changes here. It just really caused a problem on this map. Wait a minute. How is she able to do that? So... okay, that's right. I just need to go over. Never mind's good. Wish I could change the transfer screen there, but the plugin I have doesn't let you do that. Alright, perfect. Yes, I want the space stuff here. Do not question it. It's perfectly fine. But I want less of certain things. It looks a little ridiculous with how many rocks are there. Like, it looks like an asteroid just blew up. I need to write down what each of these things is. Well, 146 is probably asteroids. I don't know. There's a lot of them, so... well, this is just a weird song. I don't like this one. I think it'd be funny for the right game thing, but I don't want to hear it most of the time. I'm going to assume this is probably the one. Actually, I guess no. Let's see. I am using this one for that, right? The map builder. If the map is... he's home for all of them. So space might be a better one. I'll copy this one instead. See how it looks. I'm going to migrate the portal over a bit. I like this. Okay. Migrate this over here. So it's got to go over one and then maybe up again. Oh, that's reasonable. Quite a few rocks though. I still don't feel like that's where I want to be in life. Alright, the shooting stars, regular stars seem fine. I may put a thing where if she's on this map, it just leaves her in a ghost form, but I may do something slightly different. I don't know. I'm using the same character changer for everything, so that is something to note. And then... Okay. Don't need that one. That is what I'm working with. It's going to close up the one I was currently working with, and well, the not correct one, so I don't accidentally grab stuff from the wrong one. Just hunting down graphics from here because I want to use them. So, oh, I don't need that big. This image is 1920 1080. I think I'm just going to do a quick test here before I do anything else. And on this map here, how high up is this one? This one is 10 spaces up. Okay, that's important to note. Because if I can recycle, I will. 59, so put it at 49. I guess 20 will do. Let me see if this is the correct size before I do anything too crazy. It's funny, I saw a YouTube video of a guy making the same game in 8 different engines, and one of the engines he uses RPGMaker, and his main criticism was it was very inflexible. Well, he's very right. Without coding, it's very inflexible, and I have no idea what's causing that. But with enough coding, you can make anything happen, but a lot of work to get to this point. Probably not a good idea. Probably a better idea to just go to an engine that actually does this sort of thing. So how close is this to matching the thing there? It's not very centered. I think the map needs to be wider. That seems true. And then it'll go up to... Is it stopped? That's weird. It's literally stopped. I cannot move. I know the mouse thingy sucks, but wow, okay. Some sort of change I made is pretty bad news. I don't know what it was, but it's something that's a bad choice. So this is way louder in my ears probably than it is for you. while talking louder because I'm like going, thinking it's like I have to talk over the noise. That's something I have to get used to. I don't have to talk over the noise because you're not, hearing it at the same volume I am. Okay, I wanted to see this. I'm gonna make the pumpkin house bigger here, but I may have some wall background here too, just so the spacing isn't in the first portion of it. Maybe. Maybe not, though. I don't really want to render the wall. I do think it needs to be wider, though. The map it does, so let's... Well, does it? I guess the pumpkin house just isn't centered because it looks like this board is pretty close to where it's supposed to be, right? No, it needs to be one wider. Let's just make the map one wider. All about the visuals. You gotta make them look good. That does make it more centered anyway, so... Probably a good idea to do. Got a new keyboard, so at least now I don't mess up with typing. It'll still respond to things. It's a little louder than I wanted, but I got tired of having dongles that were always broken. That's weird. It appears behind there. Because I had two different ones with bad dongles, so now I just went with Bluetooth this time, and finding a quiet Bluetooth keyboard seems harder than I thought. Like, going through Amazon, none of them were quiet ones at all. It's like, does no one want quiet? What? No, you don't? You just don't care about quiet ones. Okay. No, it's a little bit too small, but... Yeah, it's like a little too small now. I guess I just go with the awkward sizing. Okay, and now we want to take the pumpkin house, and we're going to make it big. I think I just kind of want the bottom of it, right? I want a pumpkin-y shape. Could resize the canvas. Maybe at the bottom. I just had this weird idea in my dream of how I would do this, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this. And it's just, don't even worry about it. This is what I'm doing now. So we make it bigger. Maybe like this. It could be a little off the thing. I don't care that much. This is going to take a bit of experimentation. And what we're going to do is an outline of, or actually it's just we just wanted to have the coloring of it, or silhouette basically. That's what I'm thinking, silhouette. To do this, and we'll call this interior. Pumpkin house, black, interior. And this doesn't need a curiosity. Also, in this map, I need to change the curiosity to be, I guess it's 0? I'm not sure what the walls are at, but I think this might be a problem. But I noticed the stupid portal appears at 0, so it was appearing inside of the door, which is, I guess, okay looking, but I don't know. I do recycle this portal thing quite a bit. Maybe up one more. That's fine, I guess. Okay, so I need to raise it up a lot. Since I doubled the height of it, I probably need to put it at about 38, I guess. See if I can get that silhouette look I'm looking for. Gotta set the stage for my card game. Also have to spawn Fortuna in here too, for that matter, but we'll get to her in a second. I don't know what's causing that error, but it's really annoying. There had to be some sort of change I made in the previous stream. I'll have to look back and see what it was. I can't have that weird lag at the start, it'll just bug me. It seems to only be on that map, which makes me think that I'm just not managing the memory enough for RM to get the job done. There you go. It's kind of got the weird pumpkin look, but it's not quite good enough. I do like the cloud, the gas clouds behind it though, so it looks all mystical. I might manually put some of those in. Goes up into here. In my randomized space, because why not? On this map, I also need to make it so that it turns into the ghost form probably about here, I guess. Yeah. So probably near there. 38, so probably about 28 is my guess. So let's add this into there. Let's get this information here. I mean, I could just type it. I don't. New conditional branch on this one. This map is map 20. And then all this will go in the else. Actually, no, don't do it that way. That way will require way more code. That's dumb. There's a much better method. A much better method indeed. The only code I'm most worried about is this code right here. Otherwise, this just, I don't want to redo all this code. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, let's do a new one of these right here. I'm still gonna have to recycle a bunch of code. That's true, but I don't need to recycle all the code. I do need an else on this. Now that I need to duplicate the code, I hate this part there. I'm gonna fix this to be better later, but in this case, we'll say less than like 38, I guess. This should cause her to switch forms if she goes high enough on the map or not. There's a weird lag spike going on there. Wonder if there's an issue with RM just not closing its stuff as usual. I'm gonna double check that real fast. Maybe that's what's causing all the lag. The old Qt web engine process. Also, Retech can cause problems with RM as well. While I'm at it, I can close Opera because once again we're using a browser and it checks for every open browser to dictate if your game is going to lag or not. Love those limited JS resources. The best. I forgot to put sweetener in my tea. It's awful. What in the world? When am I do it? Oh, she goes behind it. That's weird. It must be a thing that doesn't switch her back unless she gets the right one. I didn't look over it terribly well. If Y is less than 38, and that was about what I settled it on being. And then the L should do this, right? L should put it back here. Oh. That's dumb. I left that as a... let's see. Yeah, I didn't clear this away. Right, because there's this one here, and then this one here. Okay. That seems correct there. And then... let's go to this map here. Let's just copy this up into the corner on these maps so I don't have to get all creative. I'll just put them in the same location every time. I don't actually need the rest of that. I actually just need and that should put her in here. And I want her to spawn at... I guess 1944. We'll try that and see where it goes. Okay, this is gonna go down here. Never mind. I'm probably working with 90% of stuff down. Well, I'm eventually gonna be working with stuff up higher anyway. All right, so 1944. Keyboard's slightly smaller, so it's actually I have to learn where some of the new keys are. I like it better because it's can use all these devices and will also act as a cradle for a tablet or something. So it even acts as a ghetto laptop if I put my phone in there. But it's missing the little the arrow keys with all the buttons above it. All those they've been migrated into the rest of the computer. I don't know what that lag is, but it's really annoying. Right. Great setup here. This will take me probably all night to set this up completely because I want to do the visuals too. Because what I want her to do is I want both of them to fly up into this area. So, oh look, it goes right almost at the exactly top of the house. Perfect. It's like she's launching off the top of the house. Really close. So I'm going to both come flying up here and then all the cards to get dealed out this way. Then she should be able to fly along and, collect them. Well, not collect them so much as play a matching game with them. And I have 22 tarot cards to use, so I'll need to make a generic event for the tarot cards. And I think I'm just going to add the, like I'm going to give each one a self-variable. Each matching pair. Actually, what I'll do is I'll just give them, I'll create one for each thing, and then I'll just spawn 2 of them randomly in a location. And then, when they get it, I'm going to have it push to an array out there, and then after, you know, the array hits a length of like 2, it will check and see if the numbers are the same. And if they are, then it'll destroy those events. If not, then it'll just flip them back over. It's going to take some effort to set this up. Because I also have to do the graphics too, so, you know. Because I can't just be satisfied with some boring, you know, simple things there. Oh, it looks kind of cool in front of all it. It glows. Neat. I can't be satisfied with something boring. I have to have something cool. She doesn't need to be out and about, does she? She can just be in her pumpkin house. I think that's fine. There's no real need for this. Not this, but I mean, for her to be here. I think what I'm doing is, one of these things is just a bit too much. I don't think maybe to use clockwork, but I think I'm going to put the NPCs in houses or something. Except Tinka, who lives in a painting, but, you know, other than her. I did give her new code. It does add all of them to that array. Except the pumpkin house. It doesn't add the pumpkin house to the array. And then it makes everything. All for my incredibly complicated character here. She has a 5-frame wait, so it shouldn't be too bad. I don't want her wait to be too long. But this ability is somewhat heavy. But even then, I'm using the other all the time. I think they're all flipping a dumb story switch too. Let me remove that too. That's one extra. Oh, that's an extra thing that RM doesn't need to do. You really want to make RM do it the least possible, because if you do too much, RM will collapse on itself. You know, a lot of people I have will who watch me will actually show up later in the I guess in the evening for me, but in the morning for them. I don't know. I really might just be doing this at the worst time imaginable. I just want to get rid of these story switches. You might think, it's just flipping a switch. How much code can it be? You'd be amazed how many lines of code it takes to do something as simple as changing one thing like that in RM. Whoever programmed it had no concept of code efficiency at all. It just runs through like so many things. Oh my gosh. They're also not even strapped to the events themselves. So when you go to, like, you know, destroy an event, you have to actually go out of your way to clear those separately, instead of just destroying the event. Like, you could... Why they're not part of the same object, I'll never know. It's never. It's weird. Let me check something real fast. We're gonna put her in that house there. I did post that, right? Oh, a notification. Cool. I did post it to Twitter. I wasn't certain if I remembered to post or not. Sometimes I forget things. Yes. Okay, so just making certain I actually posted totally. Yeah. Alright, someone's like, are you live? I hope so. I guess I could double check. I mean, it shows the thing up here, so I have the control room in the background here, so I can just, look at it and go, cool, neat. But not a lot of people watching. That's okay. I'm not really too worried about it. Okay, the whole point was making the game. Yeah. So now we have this map set up. And it's good enough, I believe, right? Is there any other changes I want to make? I'll check, see if there's any other changes I'd like to make, but I'd like to solve that lag issue, but it only seems to be on that map, so, well, even there is a slight lag there, too. What made that change and cause the problem? Something has caused the problem. I do have a lot of programs open. And some of them do really interfere with RM. Hopefully Streamlabs doesn't. I don't know, if I had to pick between Streamlabs and RM, I might just can RM. Streamlabs is pretty cool. Yeah, I like this setup. It's perfect for what I need. I need a moon, though. I need a moon. Other than that, I think I'm fine with where she's standing. And then do more graphic prep here. So I released a Tarot pack and like that, or Tarot pack I should say, and it's cool and all except for just one problem. When I named them all what the pack is, and for what I need for this, they can't be. Well, they could be named that, but it'd be much harder to locate them than if I just number them, which is really what I'm doing. Because I can just have a simple variable that represents which card we're on. And go from there. Instead of having to have this huge, complicated naming scenario or setup to build the right strings to get these names. I mean, you can make it happen, but I'm okay with tarot and then the number. That's perfectly acceptable to me. Which one are we on? We're on, this is 14. This is actually 19. These numbers are a little off here. 15. That's because Roman numerals don't alphabetize very well. Worth noting, they do not. But this is 18, right? Yeah. What is this track? I'm gonna... It's called Wizard Loopable. I think I might... I want to use this for the little city area. I don't know, I kind of want to use something for here to make it a little more, more of a Tim Burton magical type of feel, like macabre but magical. I don't know. And then this will be Tarot Pack. Alright, these are my weapons. I think I'm just going to use them in the game, right? How big are these? These are... Waiting. 360, 540. How big are these ones? When I originally rendered them, I didn't do a very good job. 488. What a weird size difference. I'm gonna make a note of that. But I might just tweak the numbers so that they can, you know, look however I want them to look and just call it square. I don't know if I'm gonna bother with the other stuff. Bring up my notes, which I have so far forgotten to put up. Yeah, this keyboard's louder than I want it to be. Oh well. Now these have the same name. I'm just going to dump them on. I want to see if they look amazing in there. Or if I can tweak them or something. Ah, I see. I named this 22 because reasons. I don't know why I named it 22. It's technically card 0, and I don't need this undefined one. I know why I have an undefined one. I think it was well, actually, we'll see if I still get that error. I'm going to test that out because that was an error that could happen. Let's see how these look. They're the ones you collect in the levels too, so I do need to make certain they're not all squished. We'll figure out what's causing that weird flicker. Those probably are better. The other ones were so bright. They're heavier though. Oh, the mouse movement is so bad. You also really can't see them very well. I don't know if I want to change the light on them though. If I change the light on them, I gotta change it on every single one of them. Because unfortunately community lighting doesn't really allow for doing it in common events. I wish it did. I really do. Sadly, it does not. Sadly, it does not. Okay. So, I need a place for all these mini games now too. I could just recycle this. Because they're already set up to mostly work with what I need. They have an extra section that's unnecessary. They don't need lock. Well, they need lockdown, I guess. But they don't need the mini map system or anything. I need to tell it which one it is, but I could technically have. I think I just need one event, right? And then the one event, it just inside of the plugin command that I'm going to build for this is going to not plugin command, this script command. It'll set the self variable, and then once it knows what self variable it is, it can draw the picture just fine. And then I'll need a system to spawn where I want them at. I mean, in theory, I could just show pictures. But that's harder to interact with. Like if I make them all events, then the player can move over to them and they'll light on fire and everything like that, which would be way cooler in my mind. And I can even probably find some way to animate them turning around without actually having to create an animation for it. We'll figure that out. Maybe it's possible. Sadly, Pixie Particles don't really have a turn on the Z coordinate because they're 2D things. I haven't found a way to turn them on the Z. Effexor can, but Effexor's entire editor's got the worst documentation ever because it's mostly in Japanese, and you know, I don't read Japanese. I ain't gonna learn Japanese just to use a particle editor. problems RM has with a lot of their own plugins. They even their newest action RPG plugin, the documentation sucks because it's in Japanese. So their American market's just like, what are we gonna do with this? I was looking, you should have saw how much hate they got for that. I mean, it's free, people. Hell, the hate. I mean, I get that it's, you know, not very easy to use because the explanation with it is just hot garbage, but once you figure out how to use it, clearly it works. We're gonna do this here. On my little rant here. So tarot minigame piece. Okay, so I'll keep clear because it's useful. I don't need lockdown C and all that's unnecessary. Lockdown's fine. Just so they can't interact with it while in the menu. The lockdown page that doesn't need that. I am gonna want that. I don't need this. Honestly, I'm not gonna need a lot of this. I don't need a collider for it. They're gonna position in a way that's on a grid anyway. Oh, I love this. The Streamlabs has like a live counter at the top and a viewer counter at the top. I don't even need the YouTube thingy. On the other hand, the YouTube thingy does provide an average view duration. I guess it doesn't show in this, but other than that, I was just looking at Streamlabs and it has like viewer count, live count. Oh. Wow. Wow, indeed. Huh. I'm not sure if I want a stream overlay or not on it. I mean, the reality of the matter is it's cool for the, like, be right back and the waiting thing. I might just want people to be able to see the code I'm working with, too. Huh. I was gonna make a matching thing there. I already, I want to save it as a different name. Lowercase. Okay, you can't change it that way, huh? It's probably easier just do this. Let's put them all in the same thing. I'm not going to show pictures. I put some code in there just in case I would remember what it was. Let's see. We'll call it setup. What do we want here? Use this new keyboard. There's some space there. What do I want? Probably the event object. I'll do the EID just in case I decide to pull this from a common event. I don't want it to mess up. So event, actually, event obj equal game map EID. This is literally a concession to how crappy common events are in RM. Okay, so now EID, and then I think we're gonna want how many things we're gonna random, right? Pairs. spawn total. So pair number and spawn total. I remember what they are. And then we'll make pair number an array. Got the random code in here, good. It's just math.random and then what I wanted times by. What's that for the minimum? I guess this will do. They'll probably do math round actually. Oh, I'm copying that. I copy this. Let's see. No plus. I'll leave this plus 0 for now, just in case I want to add the thing later. There's selection, I guess. Selection is fine. Equal pair number, and we're gonna put it get a random thing out of the array there, and then I don't think I want spawn total here. I think I actually just want the number of pairs, right? Maybe I just do the full setup here. Let's just start with doing the right thing there. So we'll do for I equals 0. I is less than spawn total length I plus plus. These arrow keys are actually more useful than I thought and harder to reach in this tiny keyboard. Or this, they're tinier now. Gives me a slight extra instance to actually touch them. Okay, so and then it's selection type equal 0. We'll default to 1 just so it doesn't error. All right. No, spawn total should be somewhere different. I want to set up to just literally random the pair selection. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I do want this code for something else though. Set up card, I guess. Set up, we'll call it the board. So we do want this. But I was right to not need the rest of that. And I'm going to put the 4 stuff in here. I'm probably going to put OBJ and these things in there too, because the reality of the matter is... Wait, do I need that in there? No, I don't. This will be different. I need spawn total in there, and that's it. And I also want an X location and a Y location. Or mostly it's going to be used to space it. Which seems like a good idea to me. Because, you know, otherwise it could cause problems. Quick question. Okay. Yeah, and then what I want is event obj dot set self variable, and I'm going to recycle this system out. So piece number. Let me see how I run this. I'm gonna see how much of this I can recycle. New piece number here. Mostly what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna try to have one event be all the tarot cards. And here's where I'm gonna set the number of it. Go back to that person. Not like I haven't even really watching at the moment, so I don't know, I can just respond back to people. Oh. You know, it would really help if I finish this here. So pair selection. Pair number seems weird to me. Like, it should just be pair array. On the other hand, like, do I really want to have to type the array out? No. No, I don't. So... we'll call this pair count. I have a better idea. For I equals 0. I is less than pair count. I plus plus. Let pair array equal just an array. Fine, it can be blank. Perfectly good. This is so I can be lazy and not have to write this pair array out. Now I'll just write a number and it will make the array for me. Be all tricky like that. Important. So let me put these in here so it makes the red go away. Pair array dot push it's just this, right? I'm blank on syntax all the time, so don't mind me. I'm real bad for that. Yeah, it's just that. Okay. All right, and then we're gonna console.log the pair array just in case I want it to be correct here. Okay, and then let's go to page 1 here. Well, this just dictates if it spawns. I don't care about that, right? Nope. It does do this. I need this though. I guess I need action ticker too. I don't need the others. I'm trying to recycle the same system. So this. Sure, set that. What's puzzle piece even read? Oh, it just wants the piece number and it just adds tarot in that right now. I was gonna have more options because originally in art it had a bunch of different puzzles, but for now it's just saying tarot, and I'll probably add more later. All right. Oops. Oh, I don't need the underscore in there, it adds it. Actually, I don't need to do it like that at all. That's just extra steps. I didn't need space there, but I'm doing the wrong one here. Oops. Smart. There we go. Fine. Alright, and then right here, instead of doing that, I could just put pair selection right here. I might still set this just in case, though. In case I need the logic later for something else. We're not going to use NPC 1. It's just going to be a villain matching setup card. Just out of event ID. And there are 22 to choose from. And once it does that, it'll flip itself switch A on. And then I'm just going to have it do nothing. Doesn't need to do anything else yet. It's fine. Do nothing. And then I'll put it on the map. I need to remove its ability to clear itself, though. That's true. No clearing yourself. I could technically place all these in advance, but for now I'm just going to dump a bunch out here to see if they random to different things or not. Move. That's the pumpkin house. Let's put these away from the pumpkin house so I don't move the pumpkin house by accident. We'll do it in a more fun pattern, I guess. Actually, let's do it in an even more fun pattern. Do I need to do it in a pattern? No. Am I doing it in a pattern? Sure. Why not? Okay. Now, we'll do this. I mean, I figure it should have a jack-o'-lantern face that they're aligned in since it is in a pumpkin house. But I'm going to have them obviously line out in a regular thing. I don't know what causes that. That's really annoying. I do like that you can go in the house now. I want more places you can go inside. Instead of just cheaping out and not having all these locations. Nah. Yeah, that didn't work. Why? Oh. Ooh. These be important things we doing here. Okay, we do that, and then I don't really necessarily need the storage thingy, but whatever. I guess I'll do that. Who am I kidding? I just need the other. Oh, I did change that too. Now let's do that. Okay. Setting up the graphics often is a lot of work in itself. So we'll get to that. We'll get to the actual game that it makes. Okay. Oh, you know, when you have a plugin, you have to actually add it to the plugin list. I'm just saying, you can't find it because it doesn't know the plugin exists. Weird that it's capitalized. Interesting. Arm's really dumb, so... Yeah. Just remove this here. Which one are you editing? That's what I thought. You're editing that one. Did I make any other changes? This is because I did that dumb thing at the start that just messed with things. I need to fix this. I should hope I trust myself. Alright, I'm gonna copy that over. Do a quick replace. And then let's see if I didn't, cause myself more problems. Because all these problems so far during this have been because I did something stupid and wanted to experiment with the live version of the game instead of having a separate version. Oh. Yeah, when I used the change all occurrences function, it would have been very wise of me to maybe not change all of them. So right here, I might push all the puzzle stuff into here. Maybe rename this to Ivillian Puzzle. I'm rename it to Puzzle. I'm going to also make use of it for the other stuff too. Like I'm just going to push all my puzzle stuff into this one plugin. Instead of trying to find it amongst DM and all that stuff, because it's just a mess. That's just... It does so many different things. It's just... I spawn other plugins off it by taking stuff out of it and dumping those into new plugins as I discover I need them. So that's pretty much that particular plugin in a nutshell. It's a dumping ground. Also responsible for entering the codes to load images because my plugin requires really complex code to load images. I find it easier to just change one or two variables instead of having to do the entire code. So yeah, we'll do this. It just makes it easier for me to keep track of, even though it is not the literal best to change it in the middle. Oh. There's one more change I gotta make. I almost made it yet another error here. Puzzle. Definitely quiet night tonight, but I think it's just a function of the time I'm doing this and the day of the week. Maybe people are bored of this already. It's possible. I've been working on this a bunch, so perhaps it's just not exciting. But game dev is really just, constantly working on things. It takes a long time, and I hope to be somewhat entertaining for people. Well, I do need to just change the time. Like, this just isn't working that well. Like, there's not that many people at this point. I miss it now. Didn't I change it? I thought I did. Is this where it's happening? Might be. I'm also going to do something a little different here. I'm going to take it and I'm just going to dump it on the title screen so I don't got to keep loading everything. I don't want to keep going all the way into there just to test that if it's going to break. Oh, wait a minute. I know what happened. I didn't spawn them, and I didn't work on this screen either. I didn't change all the ones that were on there. Puzzle items. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm glad I put it on this title screen here, huh? This is a DM function. And what now? Okay. So the array is 0 through 21. I guess I named them a different way, so if that's the case, we're not going to start at 0 on the naming. That would mean that... wrong thing. That would mean I need to... we start I at 1. Yeah, or I could actually just name it more logically and start with that, because it'd be the only thing that started with not that. But this one here, I did 22 and everything, and I think it's because I named them 22, and in this case I named her all 21. I guess I leave it like this for now. One of the problems with putting it where I put it is that it would appear behind things because these are set to be incredibly far down. So it's going to need to be up in a corner where I can easily see it. Perfect. Can't really see what it says though. One of the options I can do is I could turn off bloom. Yeah, bloom on everywhere, right? Let's just toggle skip on bloom. Bloom anywhere else? I should just have bloom at the start of these, right? But I don't, I think. Whatever. Bloom does look neat, but there's a price tag to bloom. If you don't have bloom, then you can actually easily see these cards. Also, those are now behind things. I don't know if I like that. Think about this one. There's a real problem with that. It's kind of annoying. I guess stuff is less mystical looking. If I like it better or worse. I mean, I guess if it's less mystical looking. There you go. I'm gonna change it to music. I'll do it after I do this test, I think. might be better without the bloom, to be honest. The graphics are clearer. You can see the cards too, which is kind of, I think, neater. Is every card the same? I just saw two with the same image. On the other hand, that's the old code, so who knows on that. Those don't even look like they're the darker versions of the cards, do they? But they would have to be the darker versions of the cards. Maybe they're not. Maybe that's pulling the tarot cards from there. Did I do that? Let's double check that that's not a thing. Oh, let me double check some things here. Out of this one. Did it all in the wrong thing. I do that all the time. I'm going to copy this one for an undefined so I can see when the undefined error happens. Sure, whatever. I could just use the undefined. I don't really have to have the back thing there. The reason why the undefined there is sometimes it will come up with the wrong number, or it was, because I did this code a long time ago, so this was just a concession to fixing that problem. But the reality is I might just want to put them all in pictures, because other things can't use them. I guess I don't need to 0 anymore. Let's see how those look. The other ones are so bright, and these are just, well, less bright. And now they look kind of bloated and the wrong size. Okay, well, that's fixable. I should have just went from the bottom up. Let's just leave X as they are, right? Actually, what's the scale on these? Okay. Wait. So like 2/3 there. So let's do this here. I mean, there's no reason they should have been the weird block that they were before. They just had a lot of empty space. It just didn't make any sense. So this should be a vast improvement over that. And now it's like Titanic sized. Also, look at that FPS. Why is the FPS garbage? Hot garbage. Probably a Qt web engine process. Maybe. Leave this open. let's do 100 by 150. I don't need to be that big, otherwise that's probably a good size for them. They have falling ones in the background. I might do some sort of intro sequence or something, or just a neat looking title screen instead of just this placeholder title screen that kind of sucks. That's not too bad. They're still a little big, so I might need to have their size again. I don't know what's causing that weird lag there, but something. You might need to wait a moment so it can finish loading. That could be the case. Now that they're kind of bloated on the thingies, it's funny. Okay, they probably need to be quite that big. Also, why are they so bloated? Why double size on that, huh? So let's do this here. Let's improve this here. Not landscape reason, it's items. Let mini X equal 50. Let mini Y equal 50. And then this one here we'll do, oh, don't put that out there, put it up here. Mini X equals 100. Now. I guess I can't do that. I'll make them less bloated. I could probably do 80, 120. Just so I get the right size on them. They look so much clearer. I think I like the fact that you can just see the detail. Bloom's neat and all, but it makes all the cards look the same. That kind of sucks. I don't want things looking the same. I already have that problem. I don't need it to be more of a problem. I forgot a portion of the code. Mini X. Mini Y. I'm no longer obligated to have them be all exactly the same size. I like how it's a different one every time. That's nice. I should set up something like that for the tarot things, because they also need that. I could probably make it where I don't need all these events for it, which would be fantastic. So, we'll see. almost feel like I should stream every day, because the more days I stream in a row, the better YouTube seems to treat it. But otherwise, oh, they're still kind of bloated on the map, aren't they? Well, no, they're just big on the map. But I'm actually okay with them being big, because it means that I can find them easier. Oh yeah, I really like how they're like more visible for what they are. I guess the rest of the level's not terribly different like that. I mean, it's a little less glowy. Like I say, it almost seemed kind of hard to see when I was looking at some of the things, so maybe it's better that it's more detailed like this. It's mystical, more detail. Okay, well that works. So that's one step closer to greatness. Okay, and then we have this event here. So rather than get all crazy here, let's go to puzzle here. I guess I need an EID, right? I usually put EID first, just because it's easier to keep track of. We'll do the x equal 0, I guess, the y equals 0. Wait, do I do that? No. No, I don't. That's weird. And then xloc. I guess I want a result, so it will. I do need an x. Let x equal 0. Let y equal 0. And then x equals xloc times I. No. I'll do it within rows instead of columns. Just logically, I think better in rows, I think. K equals 0. I guess I want a number for this. Like, I need to define how many columns I want. I need a starting location, or actually the distance I want each one there, and then I want no. I guess I don't want to spawn total. So I need a way to differentiate when I'm going to break it at each column. Columns. I don't know why I like rows better than columns, but for some reason I just do. You know, I made a setup for this in a puzzle menu thing. How do I do it that time? Oh, I just hard coded it. I didn't bother to. And then I just sort the array there. Okay, that's what I was doing. And then I added the piece in. This is so I could add it to a menu. But I'm not gonna do that. That seems unnecessary. It's okay, but eh, eh, eh. Huh? I gotta laugh at someone. Good for me. I'm not very good at advertising myself on social media. I'm really seeing this. Also, you know, attractive female got the most retweets so far. Interesting. Okay, so I guess I just pick a number of columns. And spawn total doesn't make any sense, right? Because for here I did array sort, and then well, the thing is I knew exactly how many things I was doing. So I just did them all, right? I mean, I guess I know how many I'm doing. That's true. I guess I could just have an array, right? Yeah, I need to hand this an array. Right? Well, no. Do I? It needs an event ID. That's true. It's just going to spawn that event ID, and that event ID is going to pick the numbers. But that's not quite right. Is less than I guess this is columns, isn't it? Because X is the columns. K plus plus. I guess technically J is the next one on the list, but just for continuity here. Can't stand having the errors show up on there, so I'm just gonna do that so I don't have to see the errors. X is equal to X log times I. Not J in this one because I'm using this I here so that I can get the actual thing there, what it is, and then my villain creator creates EID X Y. I'm not sure if I need a spawn total here, but what I do need is to spawn, no, I do need a spawn total. I need to pick this at a different time, don't I? Hmm. He needs a friend, basically. I think it seems to be done differently here. I think setup board needs to be what actually calls upon the cards. Like I keep setup card for purposes of doing the other, but I'm going to need a different setup here. Set a pair. This needs to do it differently here. There's a reason why I made on the tarot cards, I made it where they all had a special event, so I didn't have to figure this out. The logic behind this is a little more obnoxious. Really don't like this idea. Last created is kind of garbage. Because what if something else creates in the middle of it? Hmm. Let me think about this here. I don't want to make a bunch of like 22 events for the tarot cards, even though that does work. But I need to be certain that each of the tarot cards is tagged with the right thing. If they just have a built-in self variable there, then they're already tagged and I don't have to do anything extra. This whole thing would become unnecessary. It would just be go down the list of events that it wants and then spawn them. Which might just be the better way to do it, rather than try to get all tricky. Because I'm literally making a very specific number of cards, so it doesn't matter. This isn't designed for everything. And then I can just rely on setup card doing what it does and do nothing special. I think that might be the right way to do it. I don't want to sit here forever to try to make a slightly better version of something when I can just simply recycle. If I'm doing that, though, I'm going to want to set them up so that I don't have to do anything extra. So I guess for now, start mini game. But after these, give a little more space. 1. It's kind of a slightly janker way to do it. But I also don't want to sit forever on this trying to figure it out either. Because I can always improve it later. And I probably will improve it later, but I often advocate making just a version of something first and then going from there. It's only 2 of them. Alright, so... And then make sure this is running parallel and this is running parallel. I don't care after that. Lockdown doesn't need to do anything. It doesn't need a spawn table. It might want to keep that. Right, because if it's a spawn table collectible, that means that it can destroy itself with this other setup. I want to rope it into this system. Probably not. All right, let's just cheese the system rather than get all crazy. I basically need a guaranteed way to have these spawn at least 2 of them, so... I'm just not seeing it at the moment. I pretty much... Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it's going to be a lot more coding effort. And ideally, this game is just made tonight. Like, I don't want to spend a bunch of days on this. I just thought it'd be kind of a cool little side thing. And over time, I mean, the whole game is literally to be improved over time. That's the whole reason I'm making it as it is. Just more and more things to do in it. I guess I should bring this up just in case anyone chats. Yeah. Nothing worse than, you know, just completely ignoring so many chats. It's not like you get a lot of chatter, so. And I want to have a. There's a mute button on my keyboard, by the way. It's right above the 1 key. Just in case the music being muted didn't alert you to this. It in fact was the case. Ugh, I hate doing repetitive tasks like this. I'm definitely going to try a different time of day. This is just not the best time of day. I've had a few people show up at this time of day, but seems like anyone who shows up pretty late, so even the people I do get are not exactly lining up to be here that early. Being up all night isn't exactly an exciting thing anymore. Like, I used to kind of enjoy it, but I've kind of gotten to that point where I don't really like it much anymore. Kind of just leads to a lot of quiet nights alone where you're like, I guess I'll spend time with the computer. I like the computer, I do, but kind of awkward to just sit indoors all day in front of a computer, well, all night, I should say. Not gonna be that long of a stream tonight, honestly. I really just want to set this up. And then go from there. Highly unnecessary, I just thought it'd be kind of a cool thing. Yep. Oops, not that. I want 22. Not the event number. I want that in a second. Okay, then with that in place, I can do something much easier than this setup pair thing. I'll keep this as an idea for later. But so we'll do for k equals 0. K is less than spawn total. K plus plus, that's not the plus is right. Where's over there? This keyboard, I will get used to eventually. I did the wrong key on that, so it's fair. Everything is just slightly farther off from where I want it to be. And here we're going to do this. So it'll create those. And it's not going to be EID. It's going to be Actually, I think on this I actually did a thing where I pushed them, right? And they just push the location. And then over here I use the location. That's actually probably a better idea, right? Yeah, makes more sense. using that code. That's just a better code. In this case, I just set y right there equal to that, and I thought my early code was less exciting, but this makes way more sense. So we just have the locations, right? And just borrow the code out of that. That makes so much more sense than what I was doing here. Now, I usually do better code in the afternoon than I do right now. That 3:20 a.m. afternoon me is a much better coder. At this point, it's just art me, and art me is just like, it's all good. Kinda. Sorta. Alright, so in this case, the starting Y is just going to be Y loc. And maybe let's do 5. Maybe I don't need the rows, columns, and all that. Maybe let's do 5 and call it square. And then, well, that's true. I need so Y space. Order. I know I could put them in arrays, but what I often find later is that when I go to do that, I end up with this stuff here where I can't remember what it is, like, because Puzzcode 3 doesn't actually tell me what that is. So it's kind of stupid. When I try to go back and look, and it's like, what did that mean? I got to write like additional comments, or I could just make it where I can actually read the thing. I can tell you what Y space does pretty easy. So, you know, that's often, I think, worth it. Just for, you know, readability later. And then I is less than I don't need a spawn total, and well, no, I do need a spawn total. The EID should actually be spawn array. I don't need all these extra things here. I do need this, but I'm no longer figuring this out. I don't care about this anymore. I'm gonna do it separate. It's just way smarter. I had a better setup. Spawn array I. And then I'm just straight stealing stuff out of here. It's my plugin, so you know, whatever. I do what I want. So it'll be locations I, and then 0. Okay, so I need the spawn array, which will be the all the event IDs for that. Not ideal, it's really not, but it will get the job done. We're fine with the tarot card size right now. So let's make an array here of these. 278. 79, 280, 81, 282. I doubt they're all in order. I have a lot of events in this thing. We're getting to a point where there's almost too many events. $283, 284, 285. At least they're easy. Maybe they all are in order. Well, they are. Guess I've finally gone beyond all the other events, huh? It's possible that this will also make it lag because there's so many events on top of this one thing, and the entire spawning system is not that great either. Because it has to load a whole map, and all the events are on that map, so it's just loading those. It's not the best plan. It really could be better. Alright, now let's go talk to Fortuna here. Alright, so there's my array. Okay, you know what? Because of how garbage this editor is, I'm going to do this slightly different. Let array equal this. It's a really bad editor. What are all the things I want for this? I'm probably going to end up cutting some of this out, but spawn total in this case, well, let's do with 2. I set up just in case I want to have matching 3s or 4s or anything like that. I didn't want to have a restrictor like that. So the starting X location, game map, actually, again, this editor is just so, Tuna X, can't type now, it's just not the best. Game map, event, this, event ID, X, and Y. In relation to her, where do I want it to start? I guess is the question. We'll just do this. Fortuna X. Fortuna. Not the Fortuna I was thinking. I guess we'll do minus, we'll do -8 from where she's at. Fortuna Y. We want to be above her a fair amount, so we'll do like -10, I guess, above her. And then the spacing between each of these things will just be 2, I imagine. I think I'm using rows and columns, am I? I need to fix this code here because I don't want rows and columns to even be a thing, I don't think. Spawn array, I can't type. Dot link. That one checked for each array and then did that, and then used the locations. Yeah, well, that's fine. I don't need rows and columns. I'll probably just remove those. I'm just gonna hard code them, I think. Though I could have rows and columns be, you know, that, but I don't care right now. Can wait here. All right, and then I have to go back into the level and fix it. Oh, hi, April. Sorry, I missed you. Looks like you were here not that long ago. Yeah, I don't know. I was busy looking over at the at this thing here, trying to set up a puzzle thing here. It's hard to tell on YouTube if you're even still watching. YouTube is awkward sometimes. Reminds me to change the music. I said I was going to change it like I think half an hour ago, and then I didn't. So delete those on there, and I should be able to talk to Fortuna and have her spawn all those. I like the tarot cards in space. I think I'm going to have some sort of space sequence. I just think it looks cool. And I went to all the trouble to hand make all these graphics. And I just kind of use and abuse them every chance I get. Yeah, I really don't know what's causing with that. Must be some change I made to something. It is a problem, though. See what that did? Oops, not that button. Puzzle setup is not a function. I guess I mistyped it. That's fair. Setup board is actually what it is. I wrote the function myself and I cannot even remember it. Good job, me. I'm the best. So maybe I should just start the stream a couple hours later, to be honest, or even just way later. Because, you know, nobody really shows up in the first portion of it at all. I remember the last time I saw someone watch from the start. I guess I'd have Poppet ask if you want to enter something. It doesn't make a lot of sense if Tink asks if you want to enter her house. Oh, the tarot cards are all really low. Also, they're kind of full next to each other, aren't they? And rotating. Well, that's not gonna work. They all spawned, and there's a bunch of them. Well, two things need to happen. Console.log locations. Let's do that. That's important. And then oh, my ankle popped. Nice. I think I'm going to space those out, but I also need to go into DM here and make a change, I think. I can just make one called puzzle. 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 And break. And then instead of having him rotate, I'm just going to have him... There's a float option. Whatever floats actually means that it's like rotating. We'll disable float, I guess. And make the Z. What's the Z of this? Story sections adds it. On 0. So why would these spawn behind then? Right? The Z defaults to 2. I guess I could manually set it there, not actually set it in the other thing. I could just do it inside of here if I wanted. DM is kind of catastrophe, and that's being generous. Yeah, it is a catastrophe. So do puzzle. And then I think for this, we're going to make a change here. I get the feeling it needs to be spaced farther apart. So unless it's doing pixels, which I don't know why it would be, that should be fine to just add, 3 to it, because it's supposed to be spawning on other stuff. Like, what the? It's weird. It's supposed to be spawning based on grid spaces. Does this break somehow? I don't see this here anymore. puzzle. There's definitely some lag going on there. It needs to be dealt with somehow. Well, there's a few things I need to find out here. First of all, let's grab one of the arrays here. Those look correct. He's probably better, but for some reason, they have not spawned. That's fine. I think I'll do like minus like 20 space by, honestly, probably just 2. They're pretty big. And then make sure it's even hitting this point. It should. Actually, it would have, on the previous one would have told me that. The turret puzzle happened. Huh. Yeah, looks like I missed April. Oh well. Hope she comes back some point soon, and I can try to be a little faster, I guess. Where do they get spawned? Well, let me make certain I ran through the code for that. Sure. Ran through all those. I don't need it to say pair array over and over, right? Because it's literally the 1 through 22 that I need. Yeah. Okay, so it's 1 through 22 that I need. That's fine. I guess reaching this other point there, but for some reason it's not actually playing the image. Let me double check here. There might be a new requirement here. Oh. I need to set a spawner. These optimizations I put in, but didn't actually double check on here. Spawner is equal to image. I know it's reaching this point, so it doesn't really matter. All that. Save all. Oh, it appeared right there again. Nice. I had it for like 2 hours and 45 minutes, but you know, I had to put a lot of graphics into, and you know, it's all good. I will solve the mystery of that. The problem is they're all like that, and they're hidden behind this gas cloud here. They're actually all spaced out there. You can see them. They're here. Well, it's going to position them all out there, but what it needs to do is it needs to random the locations from the thing. So, and then remove them from the array so it can't have the location again. Yeah, I need that, but I also need to make it so they don't appear so high up. Oh, they're appearing so down there. That doesn't make sense. Unless the gas clouds are appearing above them. That could make sense, but I don't think so, right? They're just the story gas clouds. They should be, actually, they could be special ones for the story, right? Huh. I picked different songs, but here this one's still in there. Really? I guess while I'm thinking about this, so I have my locations, right? And then you need twice as many locations as the spawn array, right? Yeah, you do. I thought I had a fixed number, but I need 44 locations. Yeah. For all the tarot cards. So 44 locations. For why, maybe I'll just do like 11, because it's a much wider space anyway. Is that what I want? Let me think about this one here. So 4 to 4 is not divisible by a lot of things. I will do 11. And 4. And then for here, uh, guess I should define them like this. It's, actually, I don't need another let. What do I want to call this? Just call it Loke. Loke is equal to... I hate typing this over and over and over. It just seems stupid to constantly type it over and copy paste it. This is why I need the nodes from UE. I think once I put something out people to mess with, this might increase popularity. Maybe just also making a point of showing up at a normal time might help. There really is just no one on the time. I mean, RM's kind of a tiny community as is, and I also need to make a thing that has a list of or actually list my stream times and everything on there. Make a thing on the forums for it, so I can push that up and people will see it. Probably a good idea. I want to post it right before I stream one night, though. That's true. Okay, so anyway, what we're doing here, we're gonna get Loke from there, and locations array dot length, and then we're just gonna do I guess I don't need the +0 in there. I'm not going to ever do a different number than this, but that's okay. And then... what is the splice command? I can never remember all the syntax. I'm terrible with syntax. Do I use splice anywhere in here? Splice the location and then a number. Okay, so it's just the array.splice. Yeah, sure, good enough. So, and then locations dot splice loc1. It'll show the locations thingy anyway, even though it doesn't name it afterwards, because it's going to show the final thing there, because it'll constantly update that, so I'll never see the true thing unless I convert to a string or something. That's fine. So, and then instead of spawn array I is correct, then I want loc. No. What does this yield? I don't need the full thing there, because loc itself will have an array inside it, right? I'm gonna log that just in case I have the wrong code. Sometimes the logic of these things will elude me. Well, the syntax logic, I should say. Mhm. Oh, I want to see the information here. Oh, yeah, that stops itself too quickly, right? 5, 10, 15, 22. That makes sense because then the array would be too short. What I really need is a spawn total, not the length of the spawn array. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I'm gonna take a quick break and then solve that problem. I'll probably still stream for a bit longer tonight. I mean, no reason not to. I do want to solve this problem. Anyway, I shall return. Alright, I return. Uh, Position that back over. And then I had a good connection tonight. There's a tree that's been hitting our power lines, so I notice it messes also kind of with the internet too, because it's will cause a bit of a fluctuation in like power surge. Got to talk to my landlord about that. Seems like it's important. All right, so in the case of this, sets up the puzzle board. Sets up a tarot card. Can't type. Sets up pairs? Question mark? I'm not sure that one's going to do anything yet. Alright, so I don't want spawn rate out length. What I want is, so what happened here is we randomed and found it to be in nothing there. And then errored when it hit nothing there. Spawning only 22, but there needs to be 44 spawned. It does look like it spawned them though. That part is correct. I need to figure out why they're spawning so low too. That would be nice. There's a few things I want to figure out here. Well, let's do a quick test here. This one here. Puzzle. No. Type puzzle. Let's set the Z to 100. This should put the Z some point where I can easily see it. Hopefully. Unless for some reason I have it set in a weird way, but I don't think so. But it shouldn't even be behind all these things. The cloud things should be, you know, really far back. They usually are. Right there, though, that one's spawned behind the clouds, too. That's like strange because they're like Z100. They should be way above everything, and yet are they like spawning in the parallax? They're still behind the pumpkin house at 0. That doesn't make any sense. And the asteroids are not these flat asteroids. Landscape 0, particle space. Landscape. Height 0. Yeah, it should be way far down there. More importantly, those should be in the below layer. Basically just in the parallax. They shouldn't even be anywhere close to well, the particles would be. The particles would be there. Let's default the height to minus 100. Once again, it's still setting the height weird. Uh, 61 can random a thing that you can't find. So, I can actually check out on the starting there. We'll, one thing at a time. Somehow Tarot Cards is spawning itself at a weird Z. It's a Z2. Um, case, puzzle. Oops. I'll do it that way. Break. I forgot the almighty Z adjust is on, and Z adjust doesn't even care about your Z coordinate. It thinks your Z coordinate is silly and something that it should poke fun at. Because it's the last, one picked for the image team. That's pretty much what, it thinks of your Z coordinate. It's just going to do its own thing. And if you don't do what it says, it doesn't care. It just does its own thing. It's beyond. It's above the rest of us. It's just so much cooler than everyone else. It's the literal prom king. The cool guy. The person that picked on every other image. Oh yeah. Like that. It's open. That should solve one of the problems. That one doesn't use the adjust, right? Double check that I'm not going crazy here. Huh. one more change that must be made. Oh, wait a minute. It already sets the variant to whatever thing it is, so I didn't have to type it everywhere like some sort of an idiot. There you go. Right on top of everything. Perfect. What happens when you make all these weird systems that do stuff? Keeping track of it all is kind of a pain sometimes. Yeah, that's obnoxious. There's something wrong with the animation plugin. I must have made a dumb change. Or changed the image plugin that screws it up. Somewhere along the line, one of the two is doing things that aren't right. Seems to be fun on this map though, so it might just be there's just too many things going on the map. This is RM. There are rules that I have to follow. Oh look. It did spawn them all. And if you look, they're not next to each other. Don't get me wrong, they're you know, obviously in a stupid setup. They only appear to be going 4 across, so I did it backwards like an idiot. That's true. So we need to make a change here. And then I need them to space a little more than that too, so they're not just literally trying to, you know, sit on top of each other. They are pretty big images. I have to remember that. Like, you know, even shrunk down, they're still 80 across, so the real dead giveaway is the cursor when I'm clicking is the size of an actual grid space. You can see the size difference, and it is, yeah, look how much bigger everything is in these little grid spaces. It's kind of silly. Well, it spawned some off the thing. They're not on top of each other anymore. Kinda. And the two globes are far apart, so there's that. I'm gonna have her fly up here and then do it. And make them all really cool, but no, I'm not doing that yet. What I might have them do when I get their behaviors is I'm going to have them spawn over at the left side here and then move over to their locations. I can have them set a self variable as the X they want, and then they could go moving over. That'd be kind of cool. And then I'll have them probably do a shrink down and or even a fade out when you collect the right ones. Also, when you move near them, they're going to light on fire. So we need to have her starting position different for this. Like, she needs to be much farther over to the side. How big is this map again? It's huge, right? Oh yeah, it's 40 across. It's huge. So we can go closer to probably minus 18, right? And then the Y needs to be significantly higher. Almost probably like minus 28, I guess. I don't know, that seems fine. We'll try that out and see how that places it. The reason I'm doing it this way is when she moves up, I won't have to come up with new positioning for it. It'll just literally be positioned in relation to her. Because, you know, all about positioning. What's that lag spike? I probably have some dumb thing that's loading in the background. Let me double check. There's one thing I've learned is that RM is a catastrophe at the best of times. It hates when other browsers are open. Also, yeah, I don't know. I just closed Opera, so now it's probably happier. So it did an undefined right there. It also managed to place an extra when it should not have. Two of those, two of those, two of these. And it placed 8, 10, 12, 16, 22. Okay, so I do need to double that number there. Also, like, I'm actually pretty okay with their location a bit, right? Like, that's perfect, the location. Right? I mean, yeah, there's about the same space on either side. So I'm good with that. When she flies up, it'll do that. So two things are gonna move here. We'll do a set move route, this event ID. Actually, let's be real lazy. So we do that, we borrow the code from there, we move this to, not that one, this one. For tarot cards, she's going to, we're just gonna copy paste some stuff here. So it'll be game map.event this dot event ID. I can type event ID dot x dot y, and then we'll make this minus 15. And then I think I'm going out of my way to make this way more complicated than it needs to be. I don't need to do this. Where am I trying to walk to? Like this, and then I think 20, right? No. Where am I trying to walk to? Probably to about um do 2020. That's easy to remember. Sometimes I need to remind myself, don't make it this super complicated thing that everything can possibly use, because you're only going to use it for this one particular thing. It's like, okay, all right, I'll behave. Like, why am I writing it all weird and crazy? I have to set self variables, see if it makes it near the variables, and I can do it. Technically, it's better if you move her around. She'll always go a certain thing based on her current location, but I don't need her to do that. She's going to go to the same location. It's just loading it really slow. I don't know why that is, but it's annoying. Okay, well, I think I'll respond to things closer to her, to be honest. Well, maybe move down 2 more, or even 3 more, and then have her spawn them slightly closer to herself. That's good. So when she moves, she's gonna move to, say, Y23, and then distance will check her position against that, and then like this. See, once I have that set up, I'm going to, this is very accurate, Hangmanius. Trying to, get this really complicated stuff, and I just basically, tie the rope myself, essentially. Trying to, make these really complicated things that don't need to be there, and just, it's like a trap. It's just bad news. Yeah, once I have everything set up, I'm going to have, I'll have them default as being flipped backwards. And then when you click them, it'll do that. There we go. Up in space and all that, and now we can get our cards going. Everything's within there. You can see that they those aren't the same ones. These two aren't spawned next to each other. These two are not spawned next to each other, so they are random. It is doing 3 sometimes though, but to be fair, it's got a lot of problems. The third one is also this undefined one, I imagine. That's probably what they're doing. Yeah, I'll probably end up doing that. I could increase the card sizes a bit too. That might happen. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, this looks like the RM that everyone expects it to be, right? Totally. I was going to use this music for the world map for the first version of art, which actually didn't even feature the same characters. So technically, there was actually a third RM game I was working on, and I tried to fold all that into art, and it turned into a mess. Like, art tried to be too many games. Because the original story that I was going to tell had nothing to do with the character who ended up being the main character of art. But the original story was being told of a character who was never really written into the story initially either. They say undefined now too. Are they switching randomly on me? Did I not notice? Maybe I was blind. Possible. Huh. Yeah, this music was what I was going to use, and I like it. It's good music. Turn it up for everyone. Yeah. All right, so I didn't check for something really important here. I didn't check to see if locations yields 44 results. Oops, I pulled the cardinal sin of trying to move a window before it's finished loading onto a different monitor, which will crash the program. Ah, the fool. There we go. That's accurate. A quiet night tonight. Very sad. Not really good. Getting any traffic is in itself surprising, given that I haven't been streaming for very long, and what I'm streaming is maybe not the most enjoyable. I don't know. Over here. Okay, so I need to know if this is 44 or not. 34. Okay, well, that does not make a lot of sense. Let's see. Why is it 34? Try this is what's happening, and then I think that'll help immensely. I gotta fix her movement so she's less ridiculous. Okay, well, let me figure some things out here. Somehow it gets an undefined location with an array that still has 12 in it. Also, these spawn too high up now because they're no longer. Well, it's fine the other way, so I definitely don't think it needs to be an equals thing here. It's definitely spawning 3 if I do that, so I don't want that. I thought my logic was correct. Here's the issue here. The math random locations dot length. How do you get non-specific numbers out of this? Like, like you don't get integers. It's weird because this is adding, it's starting with a basic number and then adding pluses to it. So I don't. Oh, I know. I actually know entirely now. It's because of how I did it to be in position to her. Because they can go off the grid. Alright, that's the math round. Oh, it's parentheses. My bad. That'll fix that a bit. 2, it does the array there. That's fine. I don't really want to enter each number twice into the array, though technically I could do that. That seems a little ridiculous. It is a ghetto quick solution, though. That is true. What if I just do this, though? If it just pushes itself. That seems like a simple solution. To just double the size of the array. Wait, does that work? That might not work. I think I have to concat them. I'm pretty certain that's what I have to do, actually, is concat. All this because I want it to look good. It's all that matters. Well, that's not really all that matters, but, it does matter. Oh, I'm gonna change her movement. Oh my god. It's horrible to watch. Ugh. No, you can't do that. I think it's concat, right? Is concat in here? We use it somewhere. Animate doesn't use it. Message? Does visual use it? No. Tools? Tools uses it. Okay. I knew one of them used it. I'm gonna look at what the actual wording is on the concat thing. Maybe it's not what it does. Hmm. Oh, Ray.concat is the thing. Okay. I was like, wait a second, concat merges two strings? Wait, how have I been doing all this time? Alright, so Ray.concat. We'll let new array equal on array dot concat on array. That should be the down and dirty way to duplicate it. Though I could probably run a loop in here that does it too. Again, I usually improve things as I go along. I'll come up with a solution, then come up with a way better solution later. Hmm. Oh, wait a second. I'm going to change this right now because watching her walk up is driving me crazy. Put a single frame weight in here. And don't have her wait for completion. Oh my gosh, it's so painful to watch. It's that weird jerky movement. It did even worse. Perfect. Just tosses it right on there, no problem. But somehow Loke is getting a number that cannot be. I think what's happening. I think there has to be a -1 on this. Gotta make the pretties. There's that extra if statement that's going on now because of the this map, so that could be a thing that maybe I need to split apart. I might not be able to get away with it. This is RM we're talking about. It does have severe limitations. Alright, so huh. Well, there's a check I need to make here. I need to make certain that it's actually giving me that many locations. This will let them fall on top of each other, but I need to see how many different locations it's actually providing. Ideally, it would array them all out in a nice, neat 44. So I can see she moves up nice this time as opposed to the ugly way she was doing it. There we go. Look at that. None of that weird jerky movement. Just flies right on up. So it's spawned actually 10, 15, 20, 27 before breaking. But it spawned them on top of each other, didn't it? So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Yeah, it spawned all of them. It's just that it spawned them on top of each other. Getting the right numbers like that, what I need to do is it needs to remove itself from the array while still providing a location that is right one. Still, my dream of a weird space scene from a pumpkin house, be flat from a pumpkin house, is getting closer with my levitating character. Also need a portal to leave the area too, so I can return back to the other map. I'll have to set up a way to clear this too. And a point to the game too, because it'll just be an extra fun thing people can mess with. It'd be a lot faster if I didn't have to do all the graphics too. Also, if I had planned it in advance, I didn't just dream it like right before the stream. It's like, that'd be fun. Let's do that. Oh yeah, I enjoyed it. I really do. Like, I got tired of working on the same character stuff with the same combat things. I need to break it up some. I just can't work on the same thing all the time. It's just boring. Sweetening my tea a bit here. I guess I forgot, so I was just like, ugh, my tea is so bitter. Why? There's also one that's a failure right here. This is, I think, the when it fails, I assume. No, that's not the case. But it is getting an undefined number here. Which makes me wonder which one's undefined. Which one's erroring. Right? Because these tarot cards have a Wait a minute. Oh, that's the wrong one. So under this one here, on the icon, I gotta change it because I had an arts icon. Yeah, I guess it does. I have a thing about females falling, evidently, because you know, I in art, a character falls off a cliff, and in this, she starts out being dropped into a toy box, basically, or just I guess a box, or a toy box. I just apparently have a thing about females falling. I'm gonna remove this temporarily and see if it causes an error. There's probably another hole in my code that I'm missing here. Some of this old code, you know, not very good. Not very good at all. No. All right, let's see if this causes an error. How are you getting this one? I mean, I guess I never actually technically removed it from the thing. Oops. Let me do this really fast. I guess I have to give it a destination. That would probably be a good idea. Just maybe. Improving the tarot cards is also kind of a nice benefit here, a nice bonus to messing with this. Does it create an error? Location undefined on that one too. Let me do a quick check here. Call it selection. Actually, no, it'll just be selection equals this console.log assert selection. And we're just going to type selection in here. Also, I wish I put this on the front thing there. I'd have to change all of them if I do that. Am I doing that? I do want them to kind of have a cool flash in. Guess I gotta change them all, huh? I'm not moving the portals. I should have put it farther away from the portals, but I didn't. I'm stupid. Alright. Kind of nightmarish. Well, first off, I can do that. Oh, I hate doing it this way. I wish I'd had a better way of doing it. I should have made a better way of doing it, but I didn't. I'm sure I'll think of a better way and go, oh yeah, blah blah blah, and maybe like show up tomorrow night and be like, I should have done it this way. I'm just dumb. It does happen a lot. But otherwise, I got to sit there and rewrite all the numbers on there. So I should have been more careful with how I did this and put just an event on page 1 to make it easier on me. I did not do that. I am stupid. Mistakes were made. Yep. Gotta change those to 2, and then this has got to be changed to 3. Spacebar, it's easier. Might have almost been faster to redo them completely, but you know, probably not. It's probably somewhat similar in time. I wish I picked something that was less numerous than the tarot. Just saying. Just saying indeed. Oh well, I'm nearly done. This is the second super tedious task I did today, behind having to price out a Magic collection, which was like a few thousand cards or something. It was very tedious, but that's how it is. Sometimes you gotta do the tedious stuff. When my hobby is doing tedious things, wow. Like being an accountant or something like that by day, and then going home and deciding that you want to do complex math just for fun. Why would you do that? I don't know. Seems like a terrible decision, but here I am doing tedious things, and then my free time doing something else tedious. Good job, me. I almost should just make tutorials. But then figure out how to do it, and then make a tutorial and put it up so people can look at it. Though, really, the number of people who care about RM does not seem high at this point. Like, it's low. And to be honest, I don't blame them. I might just have to build inside of the other and just try to build off what little traffic I already currently have to my YouTube and just go, yep, this is my new plan. And just go the UE route. It might be a smarter plan, just learn UE. This is already a playable game. It's not a complete game, but it's a playable game. But you spend so long coding stuff, like typing out code doesn't seem like something that should ever be done by humans anymore. I think that's just the thing that should be gone the way of the dodo. Okay, so let's just copy a bunch of these things here. And then I want the code to set the Z on it. I always forget all these codes. I almost always copy paste everything. And with that set, actually I just need to do this, right? Like that, I guess. See how that looks. I wonder if Streamlabs also causes problems with RAM. I really do. I mean, I wondered it earlier tonight, and you know, RM's got some problems. Even as a guy who knows how to do more with it than most people, got some problems. Yeah. I want there to be at least one impressive game out there for this engine. Wow. Tried to do Tarot Undefined. Well, we know that's necessary, and actually. Oh. Whatever, this will be probably the product of more than one night, it looks like, because it exposes an error in my tarot system. Well, it's kind of an error in the tarot system. Doesn't seem to happen in the other thing, but it sure happens here. So, while I'm at it, I'll think about this. I'm probably want to have them light up when you get near them. The star being up there, I kind of like that. Oh, I'm going to put tarot cards in the thing there. So for instead of having a picture of the moon there, I'm just going to have a tarot card of the moon. Tarot card, a bunch of stars. That'll be sweet. Actually, I'm going to make note of that. Title screen with tarot cards for stars and moon. Yeah. I might actually redo the logo to have them too. It does look better. Wait a second. I actually had a thing down here that was supposed to make the spawn total do that, and then just spawn array I. It does it an extra time. Right? So I didn't actually need to do this other concat stuff, right? I think that's true. I know I'm tired. I sit there and start doing extra code that isn't even necessary. Let me just remove that from the equation here. One of the cool bundles actually has a bunch of sound effects I can use too for all sorts of puzzle game thingies, so I'm good to go on a puzzle game. I still need a portal to get back out. This got -0, huh? It didn't error at any point. Oh, I need to introduce the error again. That's true. I need this splice thing here. Wait. Just be selection, right? Because that's the location in the array. Confusing myself. I didn't really plan this system out when I first made it. It was just like, well, I'll just build something and keep working off there. And I'm starting to see that there was probably could use some plans in advance, you know. Should disable autosave. I don't like it. You don't autosave around here. Are there any dupes in this, or did I get it right this time? I don't think I see any more than 2 of any of them. Oh, nope, there's 3 suns. Oops. And only 1 of her. 2 of everything else, though. I'll probably need an extra page for each of these 2, so I'm gonna have to make my events more complicated. I'll get around to doing that. It's fine. Anyway, what did it say? How do you get -1? And somehow randoming a -1? Yes, that's right there. -1 is an option. That's true. I don't know why I thought that I would need a -1 there, to be honest. Basically, whoever decided to start arrays with 0 instead of 1 is an idiot. It adds a whole bunch of extra confusion that doesn't need to be there. Because sometimes you really do want to subtract 1 from the array just so you can get the right number for it, and other times you don't. It always sounds simple until you get to 5:09 a.m. in the morning, and then suddenly things aren't as simple. It seems so much harder at 5:09 a.m. Oh, hi, Blinded Journeyman. How are you? I'm trying to figure out why it's not spawning all these. Why my arrays are being dumb. Because, well, in theory, this should work. But somewhere I'm arriving at the wrong scenario here, because somehow 26 did not appear in the array. But what, 38 did? What? Well, no, actually, it's subtracting from the array, so that's fair. There's still 26 locations in the array. But it doesn't arrive at... it doesn't... well, the 26th position in the array should actually be 25. I get the feeling this would make way more sense hours ago. I did this once before for a puzzle menu in a different game. And what it did was it showed the puzzle pieces that you had already collected from an array. And did it in the menu because, you know, it should, just for reasons. But in that one, I only needed to spawn 1 of everything. In this, I have to spawn 2. And they need to be a matching pair. With the scalability of having the potentially 3, 4, 5, 6 matching pairs if I want. Because, you know, just the number you change. I'm going to have to do some studying of the info here to figure out why it's not doing what it's supposed to do. Because the problem right now is it will spawn all 44 if I don't remove the coordinates from the array. But if I do that, it will spawn on top of another. Potentially. Because it's a location that can exist. So I guess instead of splicing it, we'll call this trash array. So the real plan now, I think we're going to basically build the other array. So trash array dot push loc. Nice fingers off the keys there. We're pushing loc on there. And then we're not splicing. Because splice can get weird. Because it'll try to access memory that's not there. And that's probably what's causing my errors. But there's got to be a better way to do that, what I was doing there. So console.log trash array. And then I'm going to borrow the code out of this here. Yeah, I'll just do an if on that. So if this is... if trash array includes let me do this in the opposite order. Let's see, so if it does include it, we're going to do, actually we'll do false. Better logic, I guess. So if this is false, go ahead and spawn it and push it. Else, oh, and then we're gonna do the I++ here. No I++ up here. Nah. Oh, that's right. I do have to include this a little bit there. I don't have to include the I++. Is there an else here that I care about? Not really. Alright, so that should get that. I do want to see what the trash array's log is. I guess I want to compare it against the I already have a selection option. I guess I'll look at the locations array with it. Just to get the right information here. Trying to find a more fancy way of doing this. Because what I want the character to do is to fly up and then spawn them all in relation to wherever she's at. And then they're gonna, well, they'll show up as a burst of flame, I guess. Or maybe I'll use a different effect on flame. Might actually just have them fade in or something. And then if the player gets near it, I'll have it, a flame appear behind it or something to show that they're currently able to select that one. So, again, we don't arrive at all of them. You've tried to select 40. So it ends whenever it tries to select Basically the last portion of the array. 44 is a position in the array, though. I'm not even removing from the array this time. And of course, trash array is only going to show the end result, just like the other array, so. And there's no duplicates in the trash array, so that seems like it's working. Well, there's an option here. Let's see. Let's see. Not equal undefined. Because that's where the error is happening. It's saying loops equals undefined. Nope, don't want that. That'll force it to create the next one and then push it to the trash array and then add. Otherwise, it'll just continue. That's preventing the. Actually, which line is erroring? Make certain I'm actually getting the actual error here. The error happens at 65. Wait, it errors here on well, we'll put my console command in here. What do you think of that? Okay. Spent the first portion of the stream just playing with all the graphics, setting it up so it would do all these things, and didn't bother to set up the system terribly well. I'm gonna fix the graphical error on this for some reason. I don't know what's causing it. Something I did in the last day and a half. I do play with my visuals plugins quite a bit, though. So, it only picks 22 locations. And then stops, right? So there are 22 cards out here. We've successfully spawned 22. Exactly. So, yeah. 12. Yeah, there's 22 cards out here. So it stopped at half. And did it spawn any duplicates? Yeah, it spawned this one like 4 times, and none of the others. I might need to have a trash array set up for that one too. That doesn't make any sense though, because this is just going down the list of the spawn array. It doesn't care. It's not even paying attention to anything else. So the error is in how it's setting up the card. Which, there's problems with that there. It's based on a really old code, and I just copied it over and made a couple quick tweaks to fit this. I'm pulling all the puzzle stuff from the rest of the game, all the tarot stuff, and putting it into this plugin, and then fixing it up because it's a nightmare. I keep flipping over this plugin because it's the dumping ground plugin. All the stuff that hasn't got its own plugin yet. Well, Did I delete that option? I guess I did. Well, no, K is supposed to do spawn total, right? And spawn total is 2. I mean, because there was the ghetto method of doing it that I was going to do. I'm going to do it that way. That's stupid. This will double the size of the array. But I should just be able to iterate the array enough times that it doesn't matter. But clearly it's going through and occasionally doing an extra card. And by occasionally I mean 4 of one card for no reason. And then like 1 of other cards. And that's just silly. That is also an unusual number of cards. Yeah, the trash array is stopping at 22. Every time. That's kind of unusual because it should continue through until it successfully gets all the locations. It shouldn't stop halfway. At least it doesn't make sense that it's stopping halfway. Why would it do that? Because the only advancing this array right here, actually this for loop is right here, so if this doesn't trigger, it'll never advance the loop. Actually, there's a else. This needs an else if, because there's an actual scenario where this could break. And the scenario is that this trash array is 1 shorter than the spawn array. Right? And then it finds... No, because it would eventually succeed and push the last time. It does. No, it's fine. That makes sense. It's fine. It would eventually succeed. It would run the iteration. This is a terrible way to do it. Because it's just running the iteration until it succeeds, in theory. But... spawn array.length should be 44. This should go until 44 is achieved. Oh, wait a minute. Don't add a K either until it does this. Nested for loops are an abomination against all gods. Every single one of them, all at once. They're like if nested, if loops had an evil child destined to destroy the world, and that evil child was actually triplets. They're just horrible. They just keep adding in over and over. It's just... they can get logically weird, making them not my favorite, but they do work. I like them better than the WoW loops. WoW loops are even more logically weird. They effectively do the same thing, but... once again, it has stopped at 22. And it spawned exactly 22, right? Didn't it? Let's see. 6, 12, 18, 22. Yeah. spawning some duplicates. Like there's multiple duplicates. For some reason there's 3 here, which doesn't seem weird. That seems weird. And there's 2 of that one. And 2 of these. And 2 of those. So that it's actually there's 4 moons. But that could actually be a fault in the other code. This might not be a fault in that. The fault here is that somewhere I'm missing a thing that's telling to spawn only half as many as it's supposed to. In K is greater than or equal to spawn total. This is actually where it's supposed to do extra copies. So 0 and it should hit 2 and makes me wish I was just loading into this particular map so I didn't have to do all the extra steps. But at least I got a really good idea for in doing all this. I have a card spawning up in the corner, and at one point it spawned as a star. And I realized I could actually put a bunch of tarot cards up in space there, you know, to represent the stars and the moon. Just cause. I'll probably end up adding those to the logo. ArtMe is going to have a field day. CoderMe went to sleep a long time ago. ArtMe is going, why am I not doing art? What's up with this? This coding stuff sucks. Ooh. Ooh. It did not like what I just did there. That's fair. I didn't like it either. Oh, it really doesn't like it. Alright, well, let's move over to Task Manager now, isn't it? No, you. What's happening is this is iterating over and over and over an infinite number of times. I think I did expose the bug I was talking about, but then thought was not a bug. If it's such a ghetto way to code it. And then doubling the size of spawn array. Don't double the size of spawn array. I don't like that strategy. The multiplying it by spawning more is a much better strategy because it's more, it expands better. So to break this, if trash array dot length times 2 and minus 1, I believe. No. Is greater than spawn array times spawn total. We want this to be expandable. We can just add k to here. At this point, k plus plus. And that should break it. That reminds me, I need to add a portal back out of this area too. I'll have to remember to do that. I keep forgetting. I think I mentioned it about 40 some odd minutes ago I needed to add a portal back out of this map, and wow, I didn't do it. Nah. I'm changing the music too. I think I've left it there forever. Just like 2 hours or something. Okay, let's see how it errors this time. Oh, it does not like what I did there. I need to remember to leave the thingy open so I can actually look. Because once it gets to the frozen point, there's nothing I can see in time. It's not breaking, essentially. I want an effort to make this expandable here. Well, it'll never be greater than, right? That's a dumb statement there. It seems like such a brute force dumb way to do this. Huh. Really dumb way. I don't think I'm getting negative numbers out of there. If I don't put K in there, then that works fine there. If we achieve that point there where it literally hits that, then I want to do this. I get the feeling I'm just randoming from the array wrong, but I guess I need a result that's somewhere between, I mean, the full length of the array, like 0 to the actual length of the array should work. Wait, would it? There are 44, like, put this is in a an array of 44, but I guess the last one would be called 43. Maybe that's just the problem there. So let me go look a code up real quick. Oh, open the console quick. Well, I still can, just in case it pops. There we go. There we go. I managed, no, not that. This one. I managed to open it. Yes. Yes, it did it. It won't actually look at the array, but who cares? It did it. So it showed me 58, whatever that was, before it exploded. Really? Locations is where it broke? Well, I guess I would have broke down here because I would have finished this command and that. Let's see. Had to go back to some Java school here and get the proper syntax for something. You know what? Maybe it can somehow random higher than it's supposed to be able to reach. Okay, well, I don't want this to keep breaking, so we're going to do this strategy here. I'm just going to comment this out temporarily in case I want to do it again without having to remember what it was I typed. That's right, we can't close this now. Oh, no. No. Nah, that's not happening. We're not closing that now. I didn't say this right. No, Harim's like, why did you do this? I don't know. I get the feeling this would have been so much easier if I did it, you know, in the afternoon or something. Less syntax mistakes at the very least. All right. Try this again, but this time with feeling. Ooh, you don't like this one either, huh? Alright, well, I thought I got rid of the big problem so you wouldn't actually have that issue, but here we are. It does not like this code. But I broke the infinite loop. Right? In theory, the trash array should never be a thing you need. Let's just go ahead and remove it, because, you know, I was trying to shortcut an answer. But I'm wondering if just my initial placement from the array is just really bad. I thought I could just do math round, but I guess technically JavaScript can random a thing between numbers and then round it up to a number it could never be in the array. I guess that is possible. Whenever JavaScript starts using decimals, bad things happen because JavaScript can't do math to save its life. I see. Oh. Yeah, that would never end because I got rid of the I++. Again, you know, now it's 5:42 a.m. These are mistakes that one makes at that time. Hmm. There's really something wrong with that map. Now I'm a bit mystified. Making it worse, or no? Alright. Just do that, and then... I guess technically I could have just trapped it in there. I didn't need to have the I++ in here, right? Because as soon as it broke out of this loop, it would have done it anyway. Monterey Eyes right there. Locust fine there, sure. Doesn't need trash, right? Just do that. Unless math 4 is somehow breaking things. Did I miss type math 4? Think so. Maybe I should just start waking up early in the morning and doing this instead of staying up late at night and doing these. The whole late at night plan isn't the best. I want to keep working on it, but I'm like, I should probably go to sleep at some point, right? Anyone? Maybe. I don't need to sleep to go to work. It's fine. You're a bit confused there, lady? She just stopped. She's like, I'm gonna stop now. It's okay. Not gonna error though. You should just stop. It'll be fine. Alright, so what even just happened there? I know I had it greater than. I would never trigger. That might have been why the code was breaking. I'm sure it made sense at the time. Really, I'm sure it did. Sure, totally. Feels like a lot more than 22, doesn't it? 10, 17, 20. We're at 28 now. Ooh. We're moving up in the world, question mark. But I guess why did it ever stop? Because there's no reason for it to have stopped. It should have at least produced more error cards if that was the case. It did do 2 errors. Actually, now the errors actually have duplicates. That's nice. Huh. Okay, well, I figured out where the error was. It was causing it to lock up. I think I can do this and get away with it. I think the lockup was just literally from the other thing. But I don't want to add to either. I want to add to K. I can pretty much just, do its own thing. It's perfectly fine. Why is it caps locking? That's fine. I don't want this. Probably need to go through and console log all these things and see exactly where the mistake is happening, where it's handing the information incorrectly. I'll give it 11 more minutes and then I have to head off to sleep either way, so. And then I'll wake up tomorrow and I'll be like, well, later today, and be like, oh, that was so easy. This was the problem. That's how it goes, Art me comes up with these weird ideas, and then Coder me, shows up later and goes, oh, that was dumb. Why'd you do that? Ah, there we go. Look at that beautiful thing. Ah, yes. Yes. I mean, don't worry about all those devils that spawn there, okay? It's fine. Don't worry about it. It spawned all 44 cards. And duplicated lots of them. But it spawned all 44 cards. Oh my god. I do think the error is actually in the how I'm assigning the values to the cards so that they know which card is which. Probably. I don't even want to go to sleep. I want to keep working on it. I guess they don't technically have any clients tomorrow or later today. I guess. So if I happen to do that, I would need to have an additional page. I think I'll figure out the other thing later, but what I think I will do now is set these up so that they have one extra page. And I think the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to paste one extra page here. I'm going to change this to, this will be B. And this just needs to be a number 4. So we'll get this. That'll do. this. And that. This is because I want to make it look cool. Arguably the most important thing in game dev. You don't believe me? Just look at all those free-to-play games where they're completely devoid of any real gameplay, but doesn't matter because, oh, shiny. I have to come up with some logic to basically establish an event as any of the events I need. Oh yeah, I see you've played some free-to-play games in your time, Landed Journeyman. I'm just saying, it sounds like you played a couple. One of the things is that the people who've watched so far have largely, besides you, not been in the ARM community at all. It's just been randoms passing by. So to them, the graphics are actually why they have stayed. It's not the coding at all. They don't even care. They've actually told me they just like the graphics. So it turns out that if I want to attract people on YouTube, apparently graphics are all that matters too. Like, no one cares about the skill of the craft. Not that I'm particularly that amazing at the craft, but still, nobody cares. Let's save that there. This is where I boldly steal code out of my own stuff to save time. So by doing this, we'll get that there, and then I'm going to steal page 3 from there. Blocks. Yeah. Stylized looks real good. I'm regretting not just sticking with UE and deciding, hey man, I'm gonna finish this RM game. Get right on that one, buddy. Sure. Okay, so I'm glad that's the case, you know. You've got people who like your games, it's all that really matters. I have to actually release this game for anybody to really like it. I haven't quite got to that phase yet. Instead, I've decided to do a dumb mini game in there. I got tired of doing the balancing bosses and regular encounters and all that. I just had enough of that for the last few weeks. I'd take a night of not doing that. So actually, I don't need that. I just need this. Right? We'll say if you're at 100 pixels away. And then we'll make the mode a bit farther away. Surely I had code to just remove that. Like, there's no reason it wouldn't be there, right? Oh, it's actually just right down here. Okay. Why don't I just copy the actual code that works instead of having to reinvent the wheel? And then I think we'll set these at Like maybe one? And then what height does this spawn at? D2. One thing at a time. Yeah, I guess it does, you know, having side game stuff does make it a little easier to try random things. I think I end up doing side projects instead of actually side areas. Should probably just do side areas and just put everything into one giant project. If I'd done that, I'd have a huge game by now. And now they have a flame behind them if they're selectable. Perfect, perfect. Character's a little too fast though. Also, it's maybe I can sit right here and get 2 of them available, which seems kind of awkward. But I can have a closer selection option anyway, so additional check to see if they're right next to it. I guess I could make an additional switch on each of these events to just clear the game, so she can redo it. It's not a bad idea. I mean, it feels like a bad idea because now I got to add it to all of them, but you know, whatever. Are there map switches maybe? I guess. I hate switches. I always feel like I should just be using a variable to represent all of them, but whatever. Terra game reset. There is no way I'm going to make this for all of them. I'm just going to make the code on the one. If you're not designing your events this way, you should. You just sit there and put a common event on that page for all the events that do the same thing, and you just recycle code. It's beautiful. Set this to parallel, copy it. Like I'll put it after D on the pecking order here. Put it as greater priority. I'm so changing the music after I get done with this one thing here. I'm slowly going through all the billion tracks that I got off Humble Bundle, and there's a lot of them. Yeah. I probably should delete them as I go, but I'm usually focused on doing something else and I never get around to it. Every once in a while I grab one and go, this is what I'm going to use in the game, but mostly it's just a bunch of things that aren't copyrighted so I can use them on YouTube. Well, hopefully not copyrighted. What are these ones? Huh. I guess this could be weird toys, so if I actually had a more playful toy area, this would be rather fitting. What? I could use this one in a game. In a very playful area. Okay, so on this one here, I think it's just a generic despawn, right? Nothing special about it. Tell me I have wrote this on one of these, I can just copy paste. Perfect. And then on her, not the right one, this is the right one. We're going to need to have a comparison on this. So if game reset is no, there needs to be one more here. Game active. And then she moves to that location. She turns on Tarot game. Otherwise, she'll turn it off. But she will also turn on reset. She'll wait, we'll say a second, and then turn it off. Then we'll take the same thing here. We'll see this, I guess. Put it on here. Oh yeah, that track. I actually used it because I had created a Wonderland game going on, and I actually had a TV built out of steampunk stuff, and it was in space. Because there's always a space scene in the background in that place, because it just wasn't a regular sky. There's just all kinds of weird things going on, and everything was powered by tea in that world. This is very weird. Never did finish that game, but it's very playful. All right. She spawns those in, and then it's out there for a little while. Interesting. Wait a minute. That should not have happened. Oh yeah. It was amusing. One of my earlier experiments with RM. Let me see if I can bring it up. It's the game that I'm debating on if I'm just outright abandoning an RM or not. Let's see. Not bad. Let's see. Is there an easier way to view this? Actually, I think I had it as a post. I've learned that ImageGuru doesn't like my monitor for purposes of trying to display on the screen for people because the monitor is too big for the area that you can see. And it gets confused. Yeah, I had a weird little T area in it and everything like that, which, yeah, I can't really enlarge it, but there's the music with random T things. This is like really early on in animation things. This was like 2 years ago. Yeah, I don't want to hear that over and over. Sad part is that game has a way better title screen too. But it just didn't really have a good direction. That was its big bad problem. It just really has a terrible direction. By terrible, I mean it just doesn't have one at all. But it really does have a great looking title screen. With the like flying around mechanics. Woohoo! Maybe at some point I'll finish it. Maybe. Probably not. It could easily turn into a UE game at this point. If it ever gets a good direction. Oh, thanks. The big problem with it is it keeps changing to be even grander and grander, and it just never achieves what it's supposed to be. Like it just keeps going and going. It's just no, it's not good. Did I forget to turn Terra Game active on here? I might have. When it does tarot cards, it should turn this on. Oh, let's put it back on. I guess that game had a better art direction than this one, though. This one, well, this one's a pretty good art direction because everything's very, it all fits the theme pretty well. I think that was a big problem I found is I tried to go too grand with too big of a story and everything. And then while I was taking a break from it, someone's like, oh, try this, game jam. So I made a game jam game, and it didn't win because it had some bugs in it. Otherwise it would have, but I liked the concept better, and it was just easier to build. Turns out making really cool visuals for everything gets harder and harder the more complicated your story is. So if this is active, it's on, it should do that. Am I doing something weird here? Game on. Actually, technically it does turn it off here, but I'm gonna put it in there like that because I'll know that it had been turned on in the first place. And then off. But yeah, the other game actually has a mechanic where the map is being dissolved. And you try to keep rebuilding the map in order to accomplish your goals. And then she fights by basically drawing a path behind her and trying to get things onto it, and also using that path to yank things to the goal. It's a very different game than this one, but they actually share a lot of the same back code. Mostly because a lot of the back code is lets ARM even run any of these things in the first place. So that should have made Carrot Game off, turn on. Here. It turns it on now, but it was off at the time. What happened here? I mean, it's just Trash Array doing its thing, sure. That's fine. It's supposed to do that. Because I didn't remove the console logs. Why are they all on fire now? Okay. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh. Oh, yeah, I like the idea behind that game. So, I mean, it's part of why I wanted to keep the idea around, but I don't know. It needs a direction. Whenever I figure out one, I'll probably do something with it. But yeah, thanks for dropping by, and yeah, hopefully you figure out that arena you were working on. Not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna head off to sleep not long after you leave. Maybe just start streaming later, because, nobody really shows up for like the first hour anyway, maybe 2 hours. I could actually just show up during the day and stream, probably. I'll be up all night. Maybe. Possibly. Yeah, anyway, I'll catch you later. You too. Whenever you get there. Forgot to check for the OK button being pressed. Why it was just triggering over and over. Oops. These are just all kinds of fun. What is this track? It's called Follow Me. Nice. I do kind of want some silly stuff here, so. Okay. That's weird. Where did she spawn initially? 1944. That's fine. There's a timing issue going on here. I know there is. Once I get this done, I'm just gonna head off to sleep. There's just no way I'm staying up much later than this. No way. There we go. Look at her move back. Beautiful. Do it again, but this time with feeling. Well, I got most of the dream I had before I made this for the stream. It's got some problems, but I mean, it's getting closer to what I want. It shouldn't be too hard to push them to the array and make them delete if they're the right ones. Works for me. All right, well, I'm going to end it there. Anybody watching at this point, thanks for watching. If you want to see more, I'll be back probably tomorrow night at the same time. I'll likely post on Twitter, or if you happen to be sub to the channel, you can get notifications, because I usually put that I'm going to stream up about half an hour in advance, sometimes 45 minutes. Get a little bit of time to figure it out. And well, thanks for watching. It's Imaginary Villain, signing out. Later.